what you were doing. I don't know.
So now that's going to pick up.
Yeah,
on
that's
that
the
up
camera.
there.
Maybe not as big right out of the top side of his hip as the one that stands right behind him, but I think you get off to that three-quarter view. That one's deeper twisted. He's more opened up underneath and just balances a little better from the side. The blue tinted sheep there coming in second, certainly a longer spine, more elevated sheep that's got some stoutness to him. Just gets a little bit plainer in terms of his shape, a little more tucked up in terms of his twist when you get in behind him, and a little rounder out of his hip. Just like to change his balance a nickel for me when you get off from the side to make him to consider moving him up to the top end. The one that we got there in third, that one's shapely and has a good touch to his top. One that we'd just like to moderate in terms of his size and open him up and stouten him up to make him more competitive. Let's give all these kids a good round of applause.
Results from Class 11 Medium Wool. First place, Ellie Jo Main, Smith County 4-H. Second place, Trevor Harmon, Lindale FFA. And third place, Judson Welch, Chapel Hill FFA.
Well, a real high quality sheep. The young lady's got here to my left that'll start us off. I think just that one's design and proportions from the side moves him to the top end of the class pretty quickly. And then when you get in on that one, there's no doubt that one's more opened up to his center. There's more muscle and spread in that sheep, like the extra stoutness, a feature that he's got as well. The sheep that we've got there in second, no doubt that one's more elevated in terms of his build and taller at the point of his shoulder. Just not as neat through his front 1/3, not near as much mass and muscle in that one as the one that we've got that leads us off. Let's give both of them a good round of applause.
Results from Class 12. First place, J.C. Hill, Bullard FFA. Second place, Landry Johnson, ARP FFA.
We'll leave these two like they come in. The one that we start off with, no doubt the wide, stout, powerful one that's got more shape and muscle to him. That one's tremendous in terms of his width and his spread. No doubt, I'd like to make that one a little more elevated, like to tidy him up through his shoulder just a notch, but I think just as his quality in terms of width of skeleton and his balance and extra dimension that he's got, he needs to start us off in this drive. The one that comes there in second is a little more elevated, a little bigger in terms of its kind, just not near as much stoutness and dimension to that one to play with the one that we start off with. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Results from Class 13, first place, Chaden McCurley, second place, Brayley Moss.
Well, just an awfully good sheep show. I had the pleasure of coming down last year and sorting through them. And I'll tell you, this year, I think, the quality was awfully good last year, and I think maybe even turned it up a notch this year. Just lots of quality from when we started on the first class and ended with the last class. Awesome set of kids as well to work through. I know there's not a ton of numbers, and we moved through them pretty fast, but I kind of like to get in a rhythm and roll. I'm not going to waste a whole lot of time. There's a pair of sheep out here I think fit together awfully good. I think one of them's just got a few more bells and whistles in terms of extra look through its front end, and just one that's just tremendous in terms of quality. I think the other one's right there awfully close to it, maybe just not quite as neat and tricked out in terms of his look from the side. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause. I'll show you the two that I like to be champion and reserve of the medium wolves.
Your grand champion market lamb exhibited by Chaden McCurley, Bullard FFA. Reserve champion, J.C. Hill, Bullard FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. We're going to get some quick pictures at the backdrop. We're going to do some pictures after the drive. We're going to have the drive first. We'll bring in our breed champions now. Our champion Dorper. We'll need our champion Dorper, our champion Southdown, champion Crossbred, and champion Medium Wool. Coming back to the ring.
Well, like I said, as we was finishing up the medium wools, the quality of the sheep are really, really good. We started off the day with an awesome Dorper there that's just good built and muscular. One that he's still a little bit immature maybe, but that one's got lots of quality just in terms of his look and his design from the side, and still shapely and muscular and good on his feet and legs. We went to the South Downs, and there wasn't many of them, but I thought we got the one that was just a little bolder in terms of its build, a little stouter in terms of its feature, and then had more shape and dimension when you get right in behind him. Those crosses, wasn't a lot of those either, but I thought one that was nice to look at from the side that had the most shape and just lean cutability to him there to win that drive. And then we worked into to the medium wools that was a really deep and competitive drive. I thought this one here surfaced up for me real quick. That one's elegant from the side, and then he's got power to go along with it. Let's give him a good round of applause. He's going to be your grand champion.
Your champion market lamb comes from the medium wool breed exhibited by Chayton McCurley, Bullard FFA. Congratulations.
We bring in that reserve medium wool, and certainly a very high quality one. And like we talked about, I thought he fit the mold in terms of his balance from the side, his extra width and dimension that he's got. And like we talked to him, maybe not the bells and whistles of that champion. He's a little blacker about his points and stuff than that champion. Maybe doesn't have that white fluffy leg wool, and maybe not quite as just neat up through his front end, but that one's awfully high quality. Let's congratulate her. That'll be your reserve.
Congratulations, J.C. Hill, your reserve champion market lamb. We're going to do Pee Wee showmanship. If we have any Pee Wee sheep showmen, make your way to the ring. Pee Wee sheep showmanship. Be those exhibitors not yet old enough to be out here. We will be announcing ag mechanics results between the sheep show and the goat show. So as soon as we finish sheep showmanship, we're going to have ag mechanics results right here in the ring.
Well, we've got an excellent set of Pee Wee showmen out here, and I tell you what, every one of them's doing a pretty darn good job. Maybe some of you older kids might want to gather around and take a peek because they're getting them shown pretty good. Let's give them a big round of applause. They've all done an awesome job.
Junior sheep showman, you can be lining up at the gate. Junior sheep showmanship. The junior class is for those under 14 as of January 1st. Under 14 as of January 1.
Well, a great group of juniors out here, and certainly I know that maybe some of you, this may be your first year that coming into this junior division, and then some of you may be getting toward the end of it, and I encourage you to keep working hard, and definitely showmanships are not won at the show. You got to spend a lot of time with them at home and put some extra effort in on a daily basis. It's not a weekly basis, it's a daily basis. I think there's several of them out here that do so many things right, and I can talk about a few of them just real quick. The young lady right in front of me, love a lot of the things that you do. I think your posture, the way you approach that sheep, the way you handle their head, the way you walk and move around the ring, I think is very, very good. He's wanting to fight you quite a bit out here, and we're kind of turned into a little bit more of a wrestling match than a showmanship at times. But I want you to know that you're very good at what you do. You do so many things right. The young lady right in front of her is another one that does a really good job of keeping that sheep balanced, keeping everything in proportion, and you can tell that she spent a ton of time with that one at home. Maybe like to change your approach just a little bit when you get up to that sheep and your hand placement, but a lot of good things going on right there. Also, the young lady here in the pink straight ahead of me, another one that does a nice job of keeping that sheep balanced. Maybe legs are off every now and then, maybe every at times wants to pull that sheep's head over her lap and just get his old front end stretched out a little bit more than ideal. But still, I think from time to time she can put that one together and make them look as good as anyone out here. A really good set of them. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'll show you the one that I like the best.
Your junior sheep showman, Ellie Jo Main, Smith County 4-H. Congratulations. Miss Dildine. Senior sheep showman be lining up at the gate, Miss Dildine. We can start our senior class here. Senior class is 14 and up. Just a reminder, you must have shown in this species to be eligible for showmanship. So you had to have shown a sheep in the market class to be eligible for sheep showmanship.
Well, a huge group out here, and it's hard to navigate it just great. But I think that when it boils down to it, I think there's a few of them that certainly fall into the mix. And if you think that winning a showmanship is one dimensional, there's multiple parts to it. I mean, you've got to be on point at all times in terms of, on the handle, keeping those things balanced on the profile, and then also being able to get them out and get them moving and making them look their very best. No doubt, I would say that probably 99.9% of judges, they form an opinion of your sheep as soon as they come through the ring. And if you don't have them moving good, or if you're pulling on their head trying to get them to go the first 5 steps in the ring, your sheep is not going to look as good. Obviously, you're not going to get as good of a first impression as you would if you come rolling through the gate, prancing like you need to. And I think there's a couple of them that do an awesome job of getting them out, getting them moving. And then I think they also surface to the top of keeping them balanced and proportional from the side. I think one of them just, no doubt, this is showmanship, but if you don't think back when it gets close on how things have went through the day, then or if you say that you don't, then you're probably lying to yourself, because ultimately they've got to get the job done out here, and ultimately they've got to get the job done all day. So I think there's one of them that's just, man, I've never caught this showman with their sheep in a bad spot, not looking the part, not balanced, not getting a good handle on them all day long, and sure enough come out here and showmanship and nailed it again. Let's give all these kids a good round of applause. I'll show you the one that is.
Congratulations, Chaden McCurley, your senior sheep showman. So we get the ring cleared and we get some pictures there. We're going to do our Ag Mechanics awards very quickly here. So Ag Mechanic exhibitors, if you want to kind of start making your way to the show ring, we will do those awards. Ag Mechanics. If we've got any other Ag Mechanics exhibitors, we need you in the ring so we can do those awards. A friendly reminder, tobacco products are prohibited on school property. So if you are smoking on the grounds, we ask that you extinguish your cigarette. Okay, Open Ag Mechanics results. We'll start with the Open show from Class 3 Recreational Projects. This class had a single entry from Bullard FFA, the swinging picnic table. If you'd step forward, if you worked on that project, let's give those exhibitors a hand right there. Single entry within their class. Next class is class number 4, Woodworking Projects. This is Jackson Gray. Had a pine bed frame, also Bullard FFA. If you'd step forward, and we'll thank you. Class number 7, Utility Trailers. Winona FFA with the aluminum K9 trailer. Class number 11, Structures. Quail Callback House from Winona FFA. Class 13, Structures. We have a fire pit built by Chandler Davis, Bullard FFA. And Class 15, Metal Furniture Projects, an industrial dinner table built by Bullard FFA. Angela Herrera. Our grand champion in the Open Ag Mechanics division comes to us from class number 7. It is the K9 trailer built by Winona FFA. Congratulations. Our reserve champion comes to us from class 11. We'll keep it in the family with Winona FFA, their Quail Callback House. Congratulations. We'll move into the Market Ag Mechanics Awards. Class 3 Recreational Projects. First place, Jacob Stripling with the domino table, Bullard FFA. Second place in Class 3 goes to Kalen Stripling with the farm style bench, also Bullard FFA. And third place, Claire Starks with the table, Bullard FFA. Class number 4, Woodworking Projects. First place, Landon Carlisle with the John Deere planter. Your grand champion in the Market Ag Mechanics division. A domino table, Jacob Stripling, Bullard FFA. Congratulations. Your reserve grand champion, Kaylin Stripling with a farm-style bench, Bullard FFA. Your showmanship champion, we'll let Miss Dildine get a puff of her inhaler here as she runs back. Showmanship champion goes to Jacob Stripling, Bullard FFA. Congratulations. Let's give all those exhibitors a hand as they exit the arena to the backdrop. Make sure you get a picture at the backdrop, young people. Market goats, market goat exhibitors, class 1, market goats, be on down there. Here we go, class 1, market goats coming to the show ring. We'd like to thank some sponsors here. In our Market Ag Mechanics, our grand champion sponsor there was Darwin and Jeannie Fuller. Our reserve champion, RDMR. Our showmanship buckle sponsors in the Ag Mechanics show was Lindale FFA Booster Club. Big thank you there. In our Market Lamb show earlier today, our champion buckle was sponsored by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, Miss Melinda Staples. Our reserve champion buckle sponsored by Aaron and Dan Whitney. Our junior showmanship champion buckle, 5L Farms, and senior showmanship, Justin and Alex Powell.
Well, a good way to start off the goat show, this lightweight class. The young lady up front here is going to lead us off. I think the one that puts the most ESTs together in terms of build, design, freshness, still's got muscle and stoutness to go along with it. The one there in second, a stout featured one that's got some some muscle. He's a nickel fresher in terms of his handle quality as we compare him to the one there in third. Just need to change him from a design and structural standpoint to push the one that wins the class a little harder. Young ladies goat there in third, good designed one, good on his feet and legs. Just need to freshen him up in terms of his body and his center and his touch and handle. Let's give them all a good round of applause. Well, I think some quality all the way down through in this particular drive. The one that we start off with, I think, just puts the combination of positives together. That one's wide underneath. That one's built nice from the side. He's got the most shape and dimension down his top and is as good from hooks to pins as any of them. I think just the densest made one that's still built nice from the side. There to start us off. The one coming there in second is certainly one that handles with some shape and dimension, like the way he progresses from hooks to pins. Just need to make him a little better skeletally from the side. Need to make him a little better out of his hip and the way he handles his hind leg and strengthen him in his top line. Maybe one that's a little more eye-appealing from the side coming there in third. That paint goat, he's level-spined. He's one that balances nicely from the side. He just needs to have more to him. He needs to be stouter featured. He needs to be opened up in his center with more shape and dimension. Young lady winding up the class, definitely some good in that one as well. A goat that's opened up. Just need to balance him up and just make him a little more attractive from the side. He's one that's a little deeper and flatter in terms of his rib, not quite as good out of his hip. Let's give these exhibitors a good round of applause.
Results from Class 1 Market Goats. First place, Bailey Gilliland, Lindale FFA. Second place, Carly Watson, White House FFA. And third place, Leanne Dickerson, Lindale FFA. Class 2 Market Goats. First place, Nikki Kotzer, Bullard FFA. Second place, Samuel Dowling, Bullard FFA. Third place, Rylan Stinson, Bullard FFA. And fourth place, Cadence Watson, White House FFA.
Well, a really high quality one here to start us off in this class. I think one that's as wide at the ground and as muscular on the top side of his skeleton, and still the one that's got the best look from the side that we start off with here. I think a really nice one that's extremely immature still in terms of his maturity pattern, but there's lots of quality in that one there to start us off. The paint goat coming next, I think one that's just the freshest as we can compare him to the ones that stand right behind him. He's a little fresher in terms of his shape and muscle. He's one that's got a really big hip working on in him and some extra shape through his lower stifle. One that's not quite as good looking, if you will, from the side as the one we start off with, but certainly some width and dimension in that one. Another wide-bodied one that's got some shape and muscle. We just need to make that one just a little firmer in terms of his touch. Like to just make him a little thinner hided, just a little more eye-appealing from the side. One that's long-spined and elevated up front, coming there in fourth. That one just needs more to him in terms of dimension and muscle shape. Let's give these kids a good round of applause. Well, a really nice pair of goats here on the top end. The one we start off with, I think he just puts the most together in terms of balance and look, and then he's the densest and the most opened up in terms of his width and dimension and muscle. And maybe not as stout in terms of his bone and foot size as the one that's there in second. I think he's a little better right up through his chest floor. I think he's got a little more shape when you get right in behind him as well. The one there in second, certainly a wide-bodied one that's stout and got a great rear leg in him. Just doesn't have quite as much shape, not quite as much power, especially when you work back into his lower leg and stifle. We just like to give him a little more shape and turn, maybe make him just a little neater right up through the base of his chest. The goat coming there in third is a little neater maybe to look at from the side in terms of his shallowness up front. You just one that gets a little flatter and plainer in terms of his muscle and shape, like to make him transition and blend just a little better from loin to hip. The goat coming next is one that's got some shape working down his top. He's got some thickness when you get in behind him. He's the flattest in his forerib. He's the narrowest in terms of his undercarriage. Maybe like to freshen him up just a notch. Let's give all these kids a good round of applause.
Class 3 market goats, first place went to Brinley Norman, Winona FFA. Second place, Reagan Whitney, Bullard FFA. Third, Connor Vining, Bullard FFA. And fourth place, Hannah Stillwell, White House FFA. Market Class 4, first place, Owen Gerals, Bullard FFA. Second place, Samuel Dowling, Bullard FFA. Third, Kasten Robertson, White House FFA. And fourth, Harley Allison, White House FFA. Heifer exhibitors, classes are posted outside the concession stand. Hannah Daisy, you are needed in the show ring, please.
Well, a really nice one here to start us off in this class. Just the one that, no doubt, that one's the widest. He's the stoutest. He's the best handling goat in the class. Got some extra length and extension up front. One that's just very high quality, great in terms of the set to his rear leg. One that gets out and moves good, balances up really nicely from the side. The one that comes there in second, another long and extended one, just doesn't have quite as much power as that one that we start off with, not quite as attractive up through his front end. The one coming next, a lot of things I like about this one in terms of his design from the side. One that just gets a little bit plainer up front, one that just doesn't have quite as much shape and dimension to him as the two up ahead of him. The black-headed goat coming next, one that's got some shape to his forearm and blade, just gets a little plainer, gets a little looser hided, just not quite as much shape in that one as the ones that stand up ahead of him. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Results from Class 5. First place, Bailey Gilliland, Lindale FFA. Second place, Iris Leonardo, Chapel Hill FFA. Third place, Emery Emmons, ARP FFA. And fourth place, Hannah Daisy, White House FFA.
Well, a really competitive class. A really competitive class here, and the one that we start off with, just really like that goat in terms of his stoutness. I think when you get him off on the profile, that one really balances awfully good. He's got a great look up through his front end. He's the one that opens up with the most shape right behind his shoulder. I love his width and progression from hooks to pins. I think he's a little better there than the one that we've got there in second in terms of just stoutness of hip and extra stoutness of bone, and then his look right up to his front end. Certainly one that I'd like to freshen up just a little bit in terms of his handle quality and his hide, but I think that's the best quality one there to end up on the top end. The one there in second, certainly one that's wide underneath, one that the young lady does an awesome job presenting. Love the width and dimension that one's got through his loin. Not quite as square right behind his shoulder as the weather that we start off with. Not quite as opened up in terms of his pin set as that one that we start off with. The young lady there in third, certainly another one that's just really nice looking from the side. You get right into that one. We just got to give him more shape and muscle, open him up right to the center part of his body, just to give him a little more dimension spread up. The one that we wind up the class with, long and extended, he just needs more muscle and power and dimension as well. Let's give all these kids a good round of applause.
Results from Class 6. First place, Connor Vining, Bullard FFA. Second place, Bailey Gilliland, Lindell FFA. Third place, Iris Leonardo, Chapel Hill FFA. And fourth place, Maddie Livingston, Bullard FFA.
Well, a single entry in this class, but certainly one that could stand some competition. That one, when you get off from him, he's really just stout looking. That one's got shape to his forearm. He's got big feet. He's one that opens up really good in terms of his rib cage. Still's got muscle and shape to go along with it, and the young lady does a great job presenting him as well. Let's congratulate her.
Congratulations, Bailey Gilliland, Lindell FFA.
We get into this heavyweight class, and I think a good representative, the young lady on my left, will start us off. I think just one, especially for big good, at this weight, still fresh. One that's no doubt. That one's got more density and muscle to him. That one's opened up more underneath. It's a really nice one coming out of the heavyweight class. A long fronted, long spine one there. Second, just needs a little more shape and muscle. Gets a little bit more ordinary looking up through his front end. What we start with, congratulate both of them.
Congratulations, Class 8 exhibitors. First place, Tilly McFarland, Bullard FFA. Second place, Adley Thompson, Lindale FFA. We'll bring in our class winners for our champion drive in the goat show.
Well, not a ton of numbers in the goat show, but certainly the quality's high. I tell you, we started off the day in a goat with a really nice representative out of Class 1, and I think as we moved on down, I think we were able to maintain tons of quality throughout the show, and not saying that it just continually got better, but there definitely it progresses into goats that are made similar to that lightweight, that are just a little farther along and a little more mature and a little more ready to roll today. I think a great set of them. I think there's about 4 or 5 of them out here that are certainly could go be very, very competitive wherever you want to take them. And when it boils right down to it, there's one of them that excels in terms of freshness, width of body, looking and just so attractive from the side, but that one also probably has as much just sheer muscle and density to him of anything out here. And then I think there's one of them that follows him really good, one that's gorgeous from the side, stout in terms of his feature, maybe not quite as fresh and just robust in terms of his shape and his muscles, especially over his loin. But man, that one's great from the side and still really, really stout featured. So I think an awfully good pair of them. I'm going to put the mic down. Let's give them all a good round of applause. I'll show you champion in reserve.
Congratulations, Billy Gilland, Lindale FFA, Grand Champion, Market Goat. Your reserve champion comes from Class 7, Bailey Gilliland, Lindale FFA. Congratulations. Our sponsors in the Goat Show, the Grand Champion Buckle sponsored by TFB Country Store and Custom Processing. Your Reserve Market Goat Show, Bullard Nutrition and Energy. We're going to have Pee Wee Goat Showmanship. Anybody that is not old enough to go is eligible to come for Pee Wee Goat Showmanship. We're going to follow Pee Wee with Junior. Junior Goat Showman. You need to not be 14. You cannot be 14 yet. And you had to have shown a goat in the goat show. If you check both those boxes, you're welcome to come.
Man, we've got a great group out here in this Pee Wee goat showmanship, and a very good example of it's never too young to start down here on the end. But awesome group. I tell you what, it's so tight. I mean, they all do a very good job. Let's congratulate each and every one of them.
Junior goat showman, be making your way to the show ring. You did have to show in the goat show to be out here goat showmanship.
Let's give these juniors a good round of applause. Not a whole lot of them back out here, but certainly you guys got a bright future ahead of you, and keep working hard and progressing. And you know, it's sometimes a little bit challenging out here in this age group, but certainly I think there's a few of them that kind of rise to the top, and then I think there's one of them that's just maybe doesn't just grab your attention right off. He's so laid back and he moves around so easy, but I think he's the most effective in terms of keeping that goat balanced, getting a good brace out of him, does so many things right. The young man down to my far left will be your champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Owen Girls from Bullard FFA, your junior goat showman. Sponsoring our buckles in the goat showmanship, the junior buckle sponsored by Cherokee County Electric Co-op. Your senior showmanship buckle sponsored by Wetmore Irrigation.
Well, very competitive senior showmanship. Definitely several of them out here that when they get in here are in the mix. And then I think as the drive wears on, they start kind of sorting themselves down. And, the ones that don't just get out here and become complacent, but continue to work and keep them looking the part. And I think there's a couple of them that have done a nice job of doing that. And I think one of them just gets a little bit more out of that goat than the other one. Especially when you get on and show them from the profile and just keeping them balanced and keeping them looking right, keeping their top line together. In goats, seems like the longer you sit there and hold on to them, they'll get lazy in their top. Their front ends will start dropping down. So I think one of them's done just a little better job of just keeping that goat together the whole time that we've been out here, just keeping everything in proportion. Love the way this one shows. Young lady in the blue right in front of me will be your champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Bailey Gilliland, your senior goat showman. Steer exhibitors, be getting it on your mind. Steer exhibitors. We'll be starting the steer show here very shortly. We will begin with the American division in steers. American steers. Looks like we have 5 in this division, so if you have an American steer, go ahead and start making your way this direction. We'll get the steer show started here very quickly. Attention in the barn. If our show photographer is around somewhere, we've got somebody needing a backdrop picture. Class 1 American heifers to the show ring. Class 1 American steers. Excuse me. Class 1 American steers. Let's get started on our steer show. Cattle exhibitors, these classes are not real large, so please have your cattle standing by so we can move through this swiftly.
Well, good afternoon, and we get started here with a pair of American steers, and I'm gonna apologize in advance. I think like the rest of us, we're probably fighting the barn crud coming off of Fort Worth, and we're right in the heat of the major season, so my voice isn't going to be quite right, but today, but we'll do the best that we can and give everybody here a fair shake and fair look. And I couldn't be more excited out here to be able to have the opportunity to work with your young people this afternoon. Got a pair of American steers here. I'm going to leave these two the way they stand. For me, the young man's black calf just balances up better from the side. You step off from the side, he still has that attractive front one-third look about him. You read him back into his shoulder and his rib cage, and he's more genuine in terms of his boldness there in his forerib. He's softer there to the center portion of his body. And you read it in comparative underlines, that steers softer back into his flank. You ask the cattle to go, and I think he holds the advantage in terms of flexibility, in terms of his hock and there at the pastern. Young man's calf, that's going to come second. I love the frame, the extension, and the length that this calf has. You get in behind him, and that one actually holds the edge in terms of width when you read that one from pin hock to ground. It's for me, that one just gets a little drier about his flank, and a steer, when you ask to go, just gets a little timid off of his rear too. Also a little bit more flexible in terms of those hocks as we push them on down the road and push them into that heavyweight division. Real nice pair of steers here to start the show.
Congratulations, Brody Newbern, taking home first and second in Class 1 American steers.
We get another pair of steers out here, and the young lady's brindle steer I'm going to land on is simply just the most comfortable option. You get that cattle in motion, and he remains the most collecting his top line while still being the most tolerable at the ground. That's still a steer that's got some shape in terms of his back. You get off to a three-quarter view, and you appreciate that one for the turn that it's got to its lower stifle. That's a big-footed, heavy-structured one that gets out and moves good enough for us today in comparative to the one in second. Young man, I'll admit, yours has got the bigger back in him. He handles better over his 12th and 13th. That's a steer that's still good there and soft to the center portion of his rib. It's a steer that posts up with quality look. My my issue when we put him on the move. The steer just wants to come apart in terms of his hip and his hind leg. If we can lengthen that hip out and just make him more comfortable, we can probably turn that script today. But being a breeding cattle guy by trade, I just want to see him move more collectedly and more comfortably on the go. Young man brings us a single entry here, and young man gets this one parked, and man, that one gives a super, super cool look in terms of the way his neck ties back on the top side of his shoulder. He's as seamless as anyone seen until his forerib ties back into his shoulder, and he's so practical there into the ribs, his rib shape and softness and density of his rib cage. You get your hands on him, and he handles like a fatter steer should over his 12th and 13th. You put him in motion, and he's attractive in the way that he looks. I think a calf that we'll reevaluate out here when we get the two that win the class ahead of him. Give this young man a round of applause. He showed real hard this.
We'll bring in our class winners from the American division. Have the American Drive.
we get this champion lineup of steers out here, and I think 3 steers that balance up really well. And we're here for these kiddos, and we're going to take the time to evaluate these things, and we'll take the due time, because we put a lot of work in these things, and as much as diesel and feed cost, we want to get these things in the ring as much as possible, and I think that's what we're here for at the end of the day, is for these young people. And so I'll take a little extra time whenever we get into the county show situations, because I think everybody deserves it. I think the young man's calf that wins that first class gets out here and balances up and has got the show steer look as any out here in terms of the way his neck is on top of his shoulder. He's still very practical about the center portion of his body. He's heavy structured, and you ask him to move, and he handles himself plenty good on the move. Critics may call that one just a little quicker in terms of his pattern, in terms of his skull and his cannon there. But I think a steer that's still got plenty of go and gas to him, it's all about where your end point is. I think a steer that's really, really nice there from the profile and on the move. Young lady's calf that comes out of the second class, you study that one compared to the ones on either side of it, and you get your hands on that one, and he feels the same way. He's more descript in the shape of the turn directly behind his shoulder. He's more descript in terms of the muscle down into his lower stifle. It's a steer that's still long-sided, blends there out of the top portion of his forerib back in his shoulder. Maybe not a steer that's just as elegant in terms of the way his neck is stacked back on top of his shoulder in relation to the 2 that stand on either side of him, but a steer that's still got plenty of shape, steer that's got some volume of rib. You get in behind it, and you still like to mention that one presents from behind. Young man's calf that wins the heavyweight class. We talked about that one in the Miller handing one, and he still is, and his external indicators read that. When you start getting behind his cod, you read that one down into his chest. Young man gets that one propped up, and he poses up with a show steer look as much as any. I'll be honest, you get your hands on that one for heavyweight, you do want him to handle with just a nickel more true shape in terms of directly behind his forerib. You get in behind that one, study that one at the 3/4 view. You do want to see a little more aggressive turn out of that hip in terms of muscle shape and down into that stifle, but a very sound, practical, good-looking one. And we get out here and we start talking about priorities and blends, and you start talking about build, balance, and at the end of the day, these things have to have product. It's still a beauty show and beauty pageant, right? Give these kids a big round of applause. I'll go out here and show you Champion American.
Our Champion American steer comes to us from Class 1, exhibited by Brody Newbern, Bullard, FFA. The reserve champion comes to you from Class 2, Bailey Gilliland, with your reserve Champion American steer. We'll move into the exotic division. Exotic steers, Class 1 and 2. Exotic Class 1 to the show ring, Exotic Class 2 to staging.
I told Mr. Heineman at the gate, by the end of the day, we're going to sound like a bunch of barrel racers on barrel number 2. But my compliments to the grounds crew for trying to make it right and get it going. As we start the British division here, a young lady brings us a lightweight Angus calf. And she said the calf weighs right around 750 pounds, 750. And that's one that's really, really extended about that front 1/3. It's as clean jointed and smooth jointed as one we've seen today. Still very angular there about the angles of its skeleton. Still practical in terms of a rib cage there and what you like to see as a feeding prospect. Give this young lady a hand. She's a single entry in this class.
Class 1 winner, Addison Transier, Lindale FFA. Now coming to the show ring, Class 2 exotic steers. Class 3 exotic steers, be standing by.
I think a really interesting class here that you've got to think about where you put priorities. And I'll be honest, there's not one out here that just absolutely blows me away and screams that I have to win, because there's different things that we can pick on each one of these for. But the young lady's calf that I'm going to land on is simply the one that just hit the ring and hit me as the highest quality option in terms of headset, neck, way it sits back on his shoulder, and still blends back with plenty of balance and style from the side. Is he the heaviest structured one? No. Is he the biggest backed one? No. But that's the calf that hits me with the least amount of problems in terms of a show steer prospect going down the road as we push on into heavyweight. That's a steer that you really like by the way he patterns up from the side, and a steer that you really like whenever you set the cattle in motion, goes down the road. I think you've got some decision to make between 2 and 3. And I'll talk the differences, and if you want to flip the pair in your mind, it doesn't really matter to me. The calf that I'm going to land on is the one that's just more practical in terms of his body shape and dimension. You read that one there in his heart. You read that one back into his flank. He's just more practical. You get your hands on that one, and he's big backed. That guy's feeds right out directly behind of his shoulder with a big rib and carries that back into his hip. You put him in motion, he may not be the just absolute most gorgeous in relation to the one that wins. And a calf, you still want to clean up about his head and neck, but he's just more practical and still got more pounds of product whenever you genuine pounds of product once you get your hands on him. Young lady's calf here, I love the length. He's more attractive about his head. He's more attractive about the way he ties his neck back into his shoulder. It's, for me, he just gets drier about his cavity. You set that one in motion, he just wants to come apart in terms of his underline. He set his chest and his flank. He's still bold. He's big backed. He's heavy structured. I just question the maturity of that one in terms of his skull, and just want to see that one come together better on the move in terms of his underline and undercarriage, but still real big back steer. A really, really interesting class of steers there.
Results Class 2 Exotic. First place, Kylie Duckett, Chapel Hill FFA. Second place, Brady Williams, Chapel Hill FFA. And third place, Cadence Ellis, Troop FFA. Now coming to the show ring, Class 3 Exotic Steers.
simply put, your fundamentals is just going to sort this for me 1, 2, 3. The young lady's calf that's going to win is just the biggest back, biggest ended option. And when you step off from the side, still has some practicality in terms of the balance that he puts together in his rib cage. Critics will say this one may appear to be a little small when you read him through his cannon bone in his head, but I think a steer that just puts more pounds of product, bigger back, bigger ended calf, he still holds himself together well enough on the move and needs to win this class. Same story between 2 and 3. Young ladies, yellow-hided calf here is long-sided and descript in terms of the shape down into his lower stifle. That's a big-footed, heavy, structured type of steer. You get your hands on him, he's just simply bolder in terms of his back. He's bigger back into his 12th and 13th rib, and you step off to the three-quarter view, and that's the bigger, pinned, heavier, muscled option in that view as well. Young man's calf that'll come around out the class here is no slouch. Still got lots of length. He's a big-framed calf. He's big-footed. He's heavy structured. And by no means is this his end point. It's just when you get your hands on him, he's the least descript in terms of the shape right there over his back. You read that one through his forerib and his rib shape. He just gets a little plainer and not as bold in comparative to the two ahead of him. But I think a really nice trio of steers. Give all these individuals a big round of applause.
Results from Class 3 Exotic. First place, Bailey Gilliland, Lindale FFA. Second place, Delissa Acker, Chapel Hill FFA. Third place, Hayden Acker, Chapel Hill FFA. Coming to the show ring, Class 4.
another unique class of steers here that I'll talk through, but the young lady's black and white calf's going to win so for me. That one hits the pin, and he just needs to win. He's the one that reads the most like a show steer in terms of the way his head and neck's put together, big set of feet and legs that still work right. When the young lady gets that one pulled together, he still balances up with a real high-quality look and attractive set to his hind leg. If you were at Fort Worth last weekend, you heard Mark Hogue like he likes his slick steers to have good hair, and this one's got that. His hide is very, very fresh and real good haired, especially for a slick steer. Young lady gets that one head up. You still read some trueness in terms of shape there over his back and in behind. If you want to get critical on that one in motion, you want to fix him in his spine ever so slightly. He just hits me as the highest quality option that needs to win in this class. You've got a decision to make 2 and 3. You've got one that's big framed, heavy structured, real good looking show steer. And you've got one that's a little bit more moderate and plainer in terms of overall type and kind. The one I'm going to land on is the lady's steer standing directly in front of me. That's the one that just poses up with a show steer look. As we said earlier, critics may call those others small. Critics may call this one just a nickel big in terms of his overall frame. This guy's a long way from his end point, but it's still a long-sided, attractive made steer who, when you get your hands on him, he's without a doubt more descript in terms of his shape directly behind his shoulder. He's a steer that takes a truer turn down to his lower stifle, especially when you set the cattle in motion. He's longer side and he balances up. And you read that one from the 3/4 view at these cattle, and I think if you're in the stands, you can see it. That one's actually a nickel more genuine in terms of the boldness of his forerib and down into the base of his skeleton. Young lady's calf that comes through, I love the softness that this one has in terms of there to its center portion of the body. Still very long-sided. He ties his neck high up on the top side of his shoulder. It just comes a little thicker in terms of length. A steer that maybe just doesn't pose up as high. A steer that's still real smooth there at the point of his shoulder. I just want to blow that one apart in terms of his lower skeleton, give him more width there at the base of his forerib, and just make him more descript and muscular when you get your hands on him and blow that one apart. Really, really nice trio of steers here. Give these young people a round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 4 Exotic Steers. First place, Beth Ann Main, Smith County 4-H. Second place, Caden Pruitt, Lindale FFA. Third place, Madison Smith, Smith County 4-H.
Young lady brings us a single incher here in this 1,200 pound, and that's a steer that's bold bodied, big back, and has some dimension in terms of his body. Young lady gets that one propped up, and he's still extending through that front 1/3. If you're going to get critical on this one, you want to fix him in terms of his lower joints, but I think a calf that's for sure we want to see come back in that overall drive.
Congratulations, Class 5 Exotic Steers, Shiloh Smith, Chapel Hill, FFA.
Young lady brings us another single entry here, and it's an attractive fronted steer. When you get off to the front 3/4, it's got some dimension in terms of his chest floor and some width. You get off to the side of him, and he's still so long-sided and soft there, the center portion of his ribs. And you handle him, and he handles like a mellow handling steer should in terms of handling over that 12th and 13th rib. We'd like to see this one back. Give this young lady a round of applause.
Congratulations, Sydney Dowling, Bullard, FFA. We'll bring in all of our class winners from the exotic division.
There's a whole lot of beef in this little pen out here, and we're doing the best we can with the dirt work around barrel number 2. Want to give all these young people a fair shake at getting these things set up and put together. Young lady's calf that I mistakenly called in class, starting to thinking it was an English calf. I think that's a calf that you still appreciate for the length of body, the stature that that one has, and the elegance it has through its front 1/3. You start studying it in relation to some of these others, you just want to make that one wolfier to be more competitive today. Young lady's calf that comes out of class 2 is one that balances up with a real show steer look from the side. High tying, smooth shouldered, good bodied one who's long sided. You ask him to go, and he's plenty comfortable on the move. You have to ask yourself, does that one have enough punch of back and stifle and rear end to really sort up into this deal? He's got a lot of good things about him, but if you like good built ones that have enough, then you can land on that one. If you want to make that one wolfier, I'm not going to argue with you. Young lady's calf out of the 3rd class, very moderate and practical in terms of his rib cage and design. He's soft-centered. He's a steer that reads probably the fullest in terms of his external indicators, in terms of his brisket. And for that, he reads just a shot shorter maturity in terms of his head and the length of him, but still a big back, big-ended steer. Do you call him moderate, or do you wish him he was big enough, that bit bigger? That's the question that we have to decide. Young lady that comes out of that fourth class, big-footed, heavy-structured, extremely well-presented in terms of skin and hair care. Young lady gets that one pulled up. He still plants just a little straight, but it's attractive in terms of the way he sets down his hind leg. One that's still descript in terms of his muscle pattern and muscle shape. Maybe a steer you want to blow apart ever so slightly in terms of his forerib and fix him there in terms of his spine. But a steer I think you really, really like for the show steer fundamentals that he shows from the side in terms of being big-footed, heavy-structured. A steer that you like for those pieces. Young lady that comes out of that single entry class, we talked about that one being long-sided and big-backed and descript in terms of his dimension and down in his lower stifle. We get him out here, and I have the same concern I had there as a single entry. I want to design him in terms of his knee, lay him back in terms of the angle of his shoulder, and make him more attractive about his hot. But I think a steer that's still big back, big-ended, you just want to fix him structurally. Young lady's calf that comes out of the last class, you can tell young lady's been pushing on him for this show out here, and he handles like a fat steer should. He's mellow over his 12th and 13th. He's soft there to the center portion of his rib. He's long-sided. Maybe not the most descript in terms of the turn he takes out of his hip and down into his lower stifle, but still a practical, balanced fat steer you appreciate for him to get into the end point where he is today. I haven't quite made up my mind out here. I think there's some decisions to be had. There's not one out here that just absolutely jumps at me and says you have to win, because you got to make your decision and what you can live with in terms of having enough power but still being good cattle. But does he not have enough power? Things of that nature. Give these young people a big round of applause. I'll take more look. We bring that calf back in for contention, and if we remember that class correctly, he just wins because he was the better bodied, more practical, softer centered type of steer. He didn't balance up at quite as cool in terms of his front 1/3 as the one that he beats there, but I think you get him out here, he's still big back, he's big ended, a calf that maybe still has the same issue in terms of not being as cool about the top of his neck, the length of his neck in relation to his shoulder, but I think a steer that comes out here and you still really like and balances up well and competes out here. I think it gets a little even closer for reserve, because I think, again, you have some decisions to make in terms of structure, in terms of look, in terms of presentation, in terms of growth curve and maturity, and so that makes it difficult out here. And at the end of the day, we may not agree, but I hope at the end of the day that I do a good enough job and we describe these things just the way that I see them. And so give these kids another round of applause. I'll show you reserve.
Your champion exotic steer exhibited by Bailey Gill and Linda FFA. Correction here, your champion exhibited by Kylie Duckett, Chapel Hill FFA. Your reserve champion Bailey Gilliland, Lindale FFA. We'll bring in our division champions for selection of the grand champion market steer.
We get the champion drive out here, and I think we got two steers that still pattern up really nicely in similarities from the side. The young man's American calf, big-footed, heavy-structured, still real balanced and proportional in turn when you divide that steer up into thirds. He's still attractive about that front one-third. Even though he is an American, he's still smooth there at the top side of his shoulder, back into his forerib and practical. You ask the cattle to go, and he's plenty sound on the move in terms of still being big-footed and heavy-structured. Young lady's calf that wins that exotic deal, I obviously made the call that one had enough. If you're going to criticize me by saying that one needs to have more, I'm not going to argue. But in terms of just build, that one stacks together in terms of angularity of skeleton, and still when you step in behind the cattle in terms of just being true from pin hock to ground, that one is as true and as square as one that we've seen, and still balances up from the side. When you get him out here to the overall drive, do you still wish he had just a notch more dimension behind his blades and there in his stifle and out of his hip? I'm not going to argue with you, but I think a steer that still balances up really nice, very attractive, and you put him in motion, he's square, flexible, and sound. For me, there's a steer that's just going to hang a heavier carcass. Young man here will be champion.
Congratulations, Brody Newbern, exhibiting your 2024 Grand Champion Market Steer.
We pull this Reserve American out here into contention. I think he absolutely makes it close. I think that's a steer that when you get your hands on, you're absolutely blown away in terms of the back shape. He's back into his 12th and 13th and out of his hip down to his stifle. That's a steer you still like for being long-sided. And we think about going on down the road. I think he's sound enough. He still balances up, and for as much shape and dimension as he had, his back shape and dimension got him here, and the young lady's calf's build got him to where he's at. I think it makes it awfully close. I'll go out here and just show you which one I think is going to hang the better carcass. Young lady here will be Reserve.
Congratulations, Bailey Gilliland, Lindale FFA, your Reserve Champion Market Steer. American heifers, get it on your mind? American heifers.
Young lady brings us a rugged made, big-footed, heavy-structured female who, when asked to go, is plenty flexible off either end of her skeleton. You read her in terms of her angles, and she's good there. A female that still balances up with a high-quality look. Give this young lady a big round of applause. I'll leave these two females the way they stand. The young lady's black, a little more haired up female is going to win for me in terms of just holding the edge, in terms of genuineness of rib shape and dimension. You step off of the 3/4 of that one, she takes a bolder turn out of her spine in terms of her rib cage. Still soft there, the center portion of her rib. If you want to get picky on that one, you could say you want to make her just a little more comfortable in terms of the flex out of her hock in relation to the one that comes second. But I think a female that still poses up with a high quality look from the side. Young lady's calf that'll come second's no slouch, long-sided, moderate in terms of her type and kind, long out of her hip. She actually comes with more flex out of her hock. It's, for me, the female comes a little more cresty there at the point of her, at the top of her neck, gets a little bolder there at the point of her shoulder, and then when you read her off to the 3/4 view, you just want to blow that one apart down at the lower base of her skeleton in terms of rib shape. Just open her up ever so to compete with the one ahead of her. Really, really nice pair of females there.
Results for Class 2, Elizabeth Lee, ARP FFA. Second place, Kelsey Gandy, Chapel Hill FFA.
think you're kind of out here comparing apples and oranges in this class, but I've got to make a decision. The young lady's black calf's going to win this class, simply from a design standpoint. When parked from the side, she's still elegant and feminine and flat about that neck, back into her shoulder. Still big-footed, heavy-structured, and you ask her to go, she's sound enough. When you step off at the three-quarter view, I think she holds the advantage in terms of just genuineness of rib shape there in her forerib and her lower rib. Young man's calf, I wish he could settle down and we could get a little better read on it. I think wish that one go away. I think she holds a slight advantage in terms of pin width. A female that whenever you get parked and pulled together, she's long-sided, she's level in terms of her spine. She's just a little drier in terms of her center today, a little flatter there about the lower portion of her rib cage, but I think a female, it's still got a lot of upside potential, and that growth, the length, when we get that one pulled together, still some style up there. Give these two young people a round of
Class 3 results. First place, Alyssa Acker from Chapel Hill FFA. Tanner Transier from Lindale FFA, second place.
I think a very high quality class here in this American division. Young man's calf here is going to win so quite handedly, in my opinion. That's the one that just hits you as the brood cow, still being feminine, good moving. She's soft, she's collected. Female, I think she hits the with plenty of effort. In terms of flex, I think that one's as good as any that we've seen in this show. A female I like quite a bit. I think the decision becomes between 2 and 3 because you've got a couple females that you want to pick on structurally, and I think you got one that you want to make a little more feminine, and you've got one that's got the femininity, but you want to have just a little more power. So then we step off to the side and we look at these things. I'm going to give the advantage to the young lady over here to be second. That's the one that's just more opened up in terms of her rib cage. She feeds back into a stouter pin set. and still carries it down to the ground with a bigger set of feet and legs. Now, I'll be the first to admit, you want to redesign that one in terms of the way she handles out of her hip and hind leg. You want to make that one a skosh more feminine about her skull and her neck. But I think a female, you read her in terms of her body shape, she's further along. Maybe you want to spread those teats out ever so slightly. Young lady that's going to come third, love the length, love the extension, love the femininity that this one has. Femininity is not always the cleanliness of throat. She's flat-necked, she's refined about her skull, and she sticks her neck high out there in front of her shoulder. A female, for me, I just want to see come with a little burlier. It's a female that gets a little shorter striding as well, too, but a female I just want to see more bigger there and bolder in terms of her forerib. A female that I really like for her length. I just want to see her come with more oomph in relation to the one up here whenever you want to fix them structurally. Young ladies, female, it's going to round out the class. Big stature, long-sided female. Have a lot of growth in performance, and is probably genuinely the biggest framed in this class. For me, I just need her to be more opened up. I need more guts. I need her to be more refined there in terms of the way her neck ties back into her shoulder. Really nice class here. Give these young people a round of applause.
Class 4 results. First place, Hayden Acker, Chapel Hill, FFA. Second place, Destiny Schmidt, Chapel Hill, FFA. Third place, Cadence Ellis, Troop, FFA. Fourth place, Katie Reed, Chapel Hill, FFA.
We have the American Drive, young lady's calf. Was single entry, but a female I think you get out here you really appreciate for her lengthness, length of body. A female that's still heavy structured, you get that one to go. She's got plenty of flexibility. You reach out of that hind leg. Female that's still green in terms of her condition, which I really appreciate. I don't like a bunch of real fat heifer calves. I think a female, when you get that one pulled together, gives you a really high quality look from the side. Young lady that wins that second class, we remember that class. It was rib shape that got her the edge in terms of just genuineness there, in terms of the boldness of her forerib. A female that still balances up fairly well from the side. Still want to shake some chest out of that one, move it, turn flank back into her flank if we could. A female that's still strong in terms of her top line when parked. Length of side, depth of body there to the center portion of her rib. A female that one, I think when you get out here and you study the ones on either side of her, she wants to plan that height and leg just ever so slightly, just a little straighter. And I think you see that when you go into motion, but really a high quality female. Young lady that wins the third class, length, extension, still softness, and still more balanced in terms of the relation to her genuine of her chest floor. Not the bottom of her brisket, but the bottom of her chest floor in relation back to her udder. I think a female you like there in terms of those lines. You take her up high, she's still feminine there at the top side of her neck and still long and level out of that spine. Female, you put her in motion, and I think she's plenty flexible off either end. young man that wins that last class. We talked about that one winning quite handily. Big pawed, big legged, still attractive. Undoubtedly, young man here will be champion.
American Division Champion Hayden Acker from Chapel Hill FFA.
Bring the second back out of that class, and that class I sided with the extra power that this female had because we want to design 2 and 3 in that class just a little differently structurally. She's big pawed, she's big, but she's heavy structured, she's big legged. Mirrors that in terms of what our class or our winner there. Maybe not as refined about her skull and the top side of her neck, but a female I think you get out here and you still really appreciate. I think it gets a nickel closer for me. I'm going to let these things take one more lap and make sure my mind's right, and then I'll pick you a champion.
American Division Reserve Champion Delissa Acker from Chapel Hill FFA.
We get an Angus and a couple Herefords out here, and this is the breeds that I'm used to looking at home, and these are the ones that butter my bread, and I think a really, really high-quality trio. I've got some decisions to make. For me, I'm going to land on the young man's Hereford here to win this class. For me, she's so much more robust in terms of her rib cage and takes that power more genuinely and more elegantly out of her hip and into her pin set. Out into the ground, and she's still plenty flexible there at her hock and her pastern. A female that does come with a little extra leather right in terms of her throat latch, but I think a female that's still feminine, very high tying, and very bold sprung, with still having power and dimension. Young lady that's going to come second has no slouch, because from the very front of that one's hip forward, I absolutely love. She's so wicked about that front 1/3 of her body. She sets it high on the top side of her shoulder. She's still so soft there in terms of the center portion of her body. It's, for me, that female, she just gets a little higher there about her head. She wants to narrow up in terms of pin set, but I think a female you really, really like for the profile that one gives. It's just when you put her in motion, that tail head wants to kick up. You want to lay her back ever so slightly, then her shoulder. Young man's calf that's going to round out this class. I hate putting cattle like this third because they have a spot in the industry. She's big-footed. She's heavy-structured. She still moves plenty well. That's one that you turn out and you're proud to go look at as a cow. Maybe not quite the show heifer. She's a little weaker there in the top side of her spine where she attaches there into her shoulder blade. She's just not as cool in terms of the way her neck sets there on top of her skeleton. But a female you still like for the brood cow fundamentals in terms of just being big-bodied, having some bone, and still being structurally sound, just doesn't come with the extras that the two ahead of it does. Give these three exhibitors a big round of applause. Very, very high-quality class.
English Division Class 2. First place, Brendan Brown, Bullard FFA. Second place, Reese Pinkerton, ARP FFA. Brendan Brown, third place, Bullard FFA.
I'm going to be real honest here and say there's 4 very high quality ones out here that are different in terms of their type and kind, and as unique probably as a 4-head class as I've had the opportunity to judge, because there's things that we want to pick on each one of these things as individuals. There's things that we love, there's things that we ask more of, there's things that we can relax them, and for me, the female I'm going to land on is the young man right here that's going to win this class. I'll be the first to admit I want to relax her in terms of her angle there at her shoulder and her knee, and I want to redesign her ever so slight in the way she hits her feet at the ground. But I think that's the female that puts the piece together of the one that are going to come next. That's a female that's still so open up about her rib cage, a female that's big backed, a female that still balances up. You get her in motion. I think she works out of that ever so slightly, but she's fresh haired. I wish we could spend just a little more time on her leg hair so that it matches her body hair. She's a little slick-legged. That throws off her balance. It makes me want to call her a little frailer made, but you read that one about her jaw and her skull and her pin set, and she's not frailer made. You get into a trio of heifers here because I'll be honest, the one that I absolutely love and want to gravitate towards too is the red Angus heifer, but you put her in motion and you want to redesign her in terms of her hock, and she'll be second, because I think that one's from the hip forward is as cool as the one that we've seen. She's sleek necked, she's smooth shouldered, she's opened up in terms of her rib cage. I just can't live with her back wheels. She gets straighter about those back wheels. She doesn't want to plant and push as some of these others out here. And then we come into a pair of females. I think one that's long-sided. I think one that misses her stride ever so slightly. And then you've got one very, very flexible at the ground, but maybe not as genuine in terms of pin width. For me, I'm going to edge with the extra flexibility. The young lady's female in third. She's still big-bodied. She's not as refined about her head and her neck. She gets a little more masculine there about the crest of her neck, but a female that's still so flexible on the move. I just wish that she came in just a little bit prettier, fresher-haired package. You step off to the side of that one, and she's just not as genuine in terms of right there directly by your shoulder in terms of her forerib as the red heifer that comes second. Young man, I hate putting heifers like yours fourth because she's green and she's skinny, and I appreciate that. She's long-sided. For me, she just gets a little plainer out of her hip, a female that wants to miss her stride ever so slightly on the move and just doesn't have the wolfiness of belly as the ones that come ahead of it. I think a really, really interesting 4 heifers here that you can mix and match however you like. It's just you have to make the decision of what you can and cannot live with. Give these 4 individuals a big round of applause.
English Division Heifers Class 3. First place, Saul Flores, Chapel Hill FFA. Second place, Brady Williams, Chapel Hill FFA. Third place, Grace Potter, Lindell FFA. Fourth place, Hudson Etheridge, Bullard FFA.
we get out here to this drive and we land on two Hereford females here. They're in reverse order in what we saw them in. A young man that wins that first class there was a female that we thought put together the most good in terms of blending power, but still being flat there about of her neck. A female that's put the power and the soundness package together. And then the young man out of the class that we had the difficulty with and just landing on and figuring what we could live with. She's so bold sprung, a female out here you appreciate there for her body shape and her power. We still get her out here, and we want her to move with just an edge more comfort. But when he gets her pulled together there, I'm convinced I made the right decision in that class. For me, I think there's one out here that's just a little bit more unique in terms of blending power and soundness. Young man, he'll be champion.
English Division Heifers, Division Champion, Brendan Brown, Bullard FFA.
Young lady brings the one that was second in that class, and we talked about that one being so cool through her neck and the way she sets it on the top side of her shoulder. A female, and we still talked about being soft and cowy. Maybe one that we talked about in relation to the one that wins. Just want to set that one down in terms of her tail head and just being a notch stouter in terms of pin set. But a female, I think that's awfully unique. She'll be reserved.
And your English Division Reserve Champion Heifer, Reese Pinkerton, ARP FFA.
I think 4 females out here that are pretty sortable. Young ladies going for me does so from the standpoint of she's the soundest. She's the most relaxed in terms of the angle of her blade. She's the stoutest and squarest out of her hip. And then you read her down to the ground and her angles read more correctly. It's confirmed when put her in motion. She's got the most reach off either end of her skeleton while still having some body and balance. And young lady does an awfully nice job. I think of the 3 you have remaining, you want to fix structurally. So from there, I go with the one that's the next biggest bodied. Young man's red heifer here. She's bigger footed. She's heavier structured. She's bolder there about her rib cage. You study that one over the top side of her skeleton, and she's bolder there on the upper side of her rib cage. You take her down, she's softer there, the center portion of her rib, and she reads stouter out of her pin set. Be the first to admit you want to redesign her in terms of the way she handles her hind leg, but she's the next brood cow option. Of the remaining, the young man's female that's going to come out third is the one that just leaves me with the least structural issues in my mind. That's a female that's got just a shot more body to her. That's a female that you read softer at the ground in terms of the way her pastern sets down at the ground. A female that you get that one pulled together. I think a female that still balances up, attractive. You just want to redesign her in terms of the way her tail head sets down on top of her hip. Young man's real shaggy made one here's long-sided, a female there that's flat there, the upper portion of her shoulder, and still sets a really cool neck. My issues with that one is you set that one in motion. She just wants to come apart. I want to make her a little more coordinated off of her rear too, and just make her fight the halter a little less where we can get a better read on her. But I think a female that's still good-footed in terms of the shape of her foot, and when you watch that one come to you, a female we just want to see move a little more coordinated. Give those 4 exhibitors a round of applause.
Exotic Heifers Class 2. First place, Cadence Ellis, Troop FFA. Second place, Brady Williams, Chapel Hill FFA. Third place, David Dom, ARP FFA. Fourth place, Lawton Emmons, ARP FFA.
Young lady does an awfully nice job on the stick with this one. That's a big-footed, heavy-structured one who still balances up with a show cow look from the side. Standing still, that one's as cool as one as we've seen in terms of the way her neck is on top of her shoulder. She's still bold there about the center portion of her body. Maybe one you want to blow apart ever so slightly down low on her forerib, but one that's still stout and powerful out of her hip. When you set her in motion, you do want to settle down ever so slightly in terms of her spine, but I think a female that balances up, big-footed, heavy-structured, young lady gets that one parked and gives a cool look. Give this young lady a round of applause.
Exotic Division Heifers Class 3. First place, Kylie Duckett, Chapel Hill FFA.
Go ahead and give our grounds crew a big round of applause as well too. These gentlemen here are going to make sure that that hole is taken care of every round. There is a whole lot of cow in this little bitty ring, and there's nothing that gets me more excited than a bunch of big breads. And for me, I think there's one that we gravitate pretty handily, and young ladies, female here is going to win this class. For me, that is a big-framed, good-looking, sound-made brood cow. That one hits the ring, and she's plenty comfortable off either end of her skeleton while still being so big-bellied and robust. You study that one out of her hip. She's long, she's level, and she's flexible down at the ground. You watch that one's paw hit the ground, and she's got plenty of flex out of that pastern. I'll be honest, I think the decision for me comes between 2 and 3. You've got one that's a little more moderate, and you've got one that's a little bigger in terms of her stature and her frame. For me, I'm going to side with the extra size and power of the young ladies. A blaze face female there. That's a female that's tucked up there in terms of her chest. She's soft there, the center portion of her rib. She's so lengthy out of her hip, a female that you really appreciate for the balance. Young lady does an awfully nice job on the stick there in relation to the one that wins. Just not that extra pizzazz and wedge. She's just not as smooth there at the top side and the point of her shoulder in relation to the one that wins. Young man, I love this female whenever you get her parked and pulled together from the shoulders back. I think that's one that's as cool in terms of her edge and softness and uniformity there from the base of her forerib back into her udder development. I think a female that's very attractive out of her hip. For me, she just gets a little plainer at her chest and her throat. I don't mind it. You run into two that are just really cool powerhouses that have a slight advantage in terms of just size and dimension, and then you put that much power while they are still clean fronted. I appreciate if we could just tuck that one's chest up ever so slightly and clean that throat latch up. Young man, you've got an awesome brood cow, and I hate putting good, sound-bodied, practical ones like that third. Young man that grounds out the class, Just because she's fourth doesn't mean she's not good. That thing is very, very hairy. That thing is stout. That thing is powerful. If that thing is big framed, that thing's going to eat about 6 rolls of hay every winter, so save up your piggy bank. For me, she just gets, with all that stature, if we could put her rib cage to match her frame, man, it's off to the races, and we're going to haul this thing nationally, right? She gets a little closed up there about her forerib. She gets a little plainer in terms of her rib design in relation to the ones that stand on either side of her. Give these 4 individuals a big, big round of applause. Love this class.
Exotic Heifers Class 4. First place, Reese Pinkerton, ARP FFA. Second place, Cadence Ellis, Troop FFA. Third place, Lawton Emmons, ARP FFA. Fourth place, Brendan Brown, Bullard FFA.
A really, really high quality drive here. Young lady's calf. That one's as impressive on the 3/4 view as probably one I've seen today in terms of wedging the right direction, of being flat shouldered and progressively widening back into her pin set, like we want all of our livestock to do. A female that's still so soft there, the center portion of her rib. A female that the young lady does an awfully nice job getting that one pulled together. You ask that one to go, and she's just as flawless as in her build as another one out here. You ask yourself, is that thing big enough footed and big enough legged? She's a heifer calf. I think out of what we've seen today, I think she is. young lady's calf that wins that second class. She holds the distinct advantage in terms of foot and bone in relation to the one that wins that heifer calf class. That's one that's still soft there to the center portion of her body, a female that's stout out of her pin set and still balances up really, really, really well when on the standstill. When you ask her to go, we want to question the genuineness of the flexibility there in her spine. When the young lady pulls her together, she levels that spine out. It's just when we ask her to go, she gets a little more rigid in terms of her spine. But I think a female that still has a lot of high quality pieces about her. And then we got the young lady's female here. We talked about that being big pawed and sound and flexible. That one right there has got the all 4 feet that point in the right direction, and still so broodly and sound for as much power she has. It's no secret that one's going to win this division.
Exotic Division Champion, Reese Pinkerton, ARP FFA.
Bring that second back out, and it's impressive when you get in behind that one how stout she is in terms of her pin set, and you watch her walk away, and she's so square in terms of her pin hock to ground. A young man gets her pulled on the park, and she balances up with a stout, beautiful profile from the side. It's just when you get her in motion, she wants to miss her stride ever so slightly. A lot of folks will forgive that for as big-bellied as she is, but I think a female that real stout and real powerful. If we could change her ever so slightly, I want to see that just a little more reach out of the rear end of her skeleton, and that's getting awfully critical on a really, really nice one. For me, there's one out here that the build is just as flawless. The lady up here will be reserved.
Exotic Reserve Champion, Cadence Ellis, Troop FFA.
I've had the opportunity to judge a handful of shows, and I'm gonna be 100% honest here. I don't know if I've had one that I like all three of my division champions as much as I like these three here. Whatever we've got going on in Smith County in terms of parents, kids, and supervision, I applaud you, because these three right here are my type and kind all day. And people ask me, well, what's your type and kind? Build, body, bone, and balance. And the 4 Bs, and I think all four of these, and we're going to get awfully critical because we can. These cattle are going to compete. And when I say compete, they're going to compete on a state level whenever we start talking about majors. And I'm not talking about just winning a class. I'm talking about we're going to make a run at some divisions with these things, and potentially some big backdrop pictures. And I really, really like the uniqueness in terms of their build. If we talk about the young man's calf that wins the American division, that one is probably as genuine and relaxed in terms of all of her angles of anything we've got out here. We study that one from the point of her shoulder down to the top of her shoulder down to the point of her shoulder, and read that down into her pastern. She effortlessly grabs ground out of the front end of her skeleton, and then carries that back into a soft maternal rib cage while being stout and powerful out of her hip. Got in behind her, and she just genuinely puts that back foot where the front foot left in terms of reach from the side and squareness from behind. That thing's build is as loose and as flexible as anything we've seen today. Now, you step off at the 3/4 view in relation to these others. Is she as robust right there in terms of her forerib as the two others out here? Maybe not. Is she still as soft there to the center portion of rib and into her flank? Yes, she is. She's very, very maternal. We get awfully, awfully critical out here. And do you want to blow her apart just a little bit in relation to these other two? Maybe. But the uniqueness and the flawlessness of that one's skeleton is very, very, very high quality. Young man's Hereford calf, we talked about that one from the shoulders back in relation to the same thing. She's so robust and so soft there to the center portion of her rib. She's very long and level out of her spine. She's stout out of her hip. That's the female that really hit us, is the one that grabs plenty of gears down at the ground. She's real attractive in the way that her hock comes there out of her body, and real flexible there in terms of a short, deep pastern we really like. You study that one's front end of her skeleton, and she's just a little bolder right here at the point of her shoulder in relation to the one that stands directly ahead of her, but she's still right in terms of her angle, and you see that in her shoulder, you see that in her pastern. We talked about that one getting just a little chubby out there below her neck, but she's still really, really cool and very, very high quality. Young lady's female that wins that last division, we talked about that being the powerhouse brood cow in terms of still having, for as much power, as much rib shape, as much dimension as that one's got, she's still plenty flexible on the move. I will admit, you get in behind that one ever so slightly, she wants to plant her rear legs just barely outside of the plane of her skeleton. Why? She's got a baby belly, doesn't she? And that's what she's compensating for. And we'll forgive that because she's got so much power and so much dimension, but yet still being so fresh over the top side of her neck and down through her skeleton. You watch that one come at you, she wants to get ever so slightly pigeon-toed. I'm not going to get awfully critical on that. We won junior nationals with the most pigeon-toed Hereford heifer I'd ever seen in my life. But I can forgive that. But on the standstill, she is so square whenever you study that one off either end of that one's skeleton. I enjoy breaking down great livestock, and by no stretch of the imagination am I here to instruct you on how to evaluate them. I'm not here to instruct you on how to pick them. I'm not here to tell you how to breed them. I'm here to tell you how I see them. Give these three individuals a big, big round of applause. I've got a decision to make.
Your 2024 Grand Champion heifer is exhibited by Reese Pinkerton, ARP FFA.
We bring that female back out here, and I think she patterns up just as well as the two ahead of her that win those other divisions and still being attractive, smooth-shouldered. And we talked about that one wedging the right way. Is she as burly as the ones ahead of her that went issue earlier? But she's a heifer calf, and I think she's plenty good in that department. A female that we still really like for the three-quarter view. The balance that one's got. That young lady does an impeccable job of getting that one pulled together. When you get in behind that one, she is genuine in terms of her body shape. When you read that one, skeletal, read that one back into her pin set into the ground, maybe not. She just wants to just close up at the ground ever so slightly. I'm not saying she does it bad. Whenever you're running with some heat like the two ahead of you, we've got to get awfully critical. I think there's one out here that is just way too unique in terms of her build. Young man up here will be reserved.
Reserve Grand Champion heifer, Hayden Acker, Chapel Hill FFA. All Pee Wee showmen, please be ready. Again, all Pee Wee showmen, please be ready. Again, in cattle showmanship, you must have showed in the cattle show. Again, for cattle showmanship, you had to have shown in the cattle show, except for Pee Wee.
We have a lot of fun judging cow shows and showing at these things and running up and down the road and trying to beat our friends and edge everybody out. But ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing more important than what's in the ring right now. And last couple of years ago, we started a bottle calf show at our county fair. The first year we had 5 entries. The next year we had 35. And there's nothing more important to me than getting the next generation of young people started out in this ring. You learn, you win, you learn, you lose. You learn some days it's not your day, sometimes you and nothing more important than getting these young people started. Give this young lady a big round of applause because she scared everybody off.
Your Pee Wee Showman champion is Lexi Hill from Bullard FFA.
Junior showmanship, please be on deck. Again, junior showmanship, please be on deck. $13 and under as of January 1st. Currently 13.
This will be the only three juniors we have here for the junior showmanship contest, and I think all three of these individuals do a nice job. I think it's important when we get these young people this stage of the game that we understand the basic fundamentals in terms of eye contact, awareness of the judge, and foot placement. And I think there's one individual out here that does an awfully good job of the basics and just understanding the basic profile of the show cow. I don't spend a whole lot of time on questions, whether that be junior, intermediate, senior, whatever that is, because at the end of the day, we're out here to show cows and get these things stuck. And so I'll spend a little bit of time visiting, but I don't get in depth on questions or take a lot of stock into those questions, because at the end of the day, it's about, can you get that one pulled together and stuck. We've got quizzes, we've got classes for report card purposes. Give these individuals a big round of applause. I think there's one individual that wins so for me.
Your grand champion junior showman, Hudson Etheridge from Bullard FFA. Senior showmanship on deck. All senior showmanship, please be on deck.
Senior showmanship's obviously going to take a little time, and I apologize, and I also sorry for not being sorry, because these young people deserve the time and the opportunity to be evaluated appropriately, and we're going to take the time and work with these young people, but do it swiftly and effectively. I'm not going to get real descriptive because there's 2 more heats to go. If you want the competitive advantage, watch and figure it out for yourself. These 2 individuals here will come back to the finals. Give these other 2 a big round of applause. All right, these two individuals here will come back. Give these other three individuals a big round of applause. We'll work through some finals. I'm going to be 100% honest here, and I could work with these individuals all day long, but I'm not going to. I promise. We've taken long enough, and I went over to Mr. Dildine and I said, I don't know what's in the water down here, but I need to bottle some of it up and take it back to Titus County because this has been flat out fun today, and I've really enjoyed it. The cattle are awesome. But really what makes this program are these young people, and I applaud you, parents, ag teachers, supporters, grandparents, people that write the checks, people that pay for the tires and the fuel and the feed bill, whatever your title is, I applaud you because at the end of the day, we're using good livestock to raise incredible kids, and that's what this program's about, and I think we lose sight of that way too often. It's really unique for me. It's a surreal moment because there's several people ringside that I owe a lot of credit to for the success that I have lucked into over my life. Mr. Don being one of those. My first ever show hall came from him. If it wasn't for Still Don, I don't know if I'd know what the livestock industry is. So I owe a lot to that man. Miss Main and Mr. Main, they've been around ringside. They've served as leadership advisors in my journey. Mr. Heineman, our relationship goes way back to freshman year. He absolutely hated me and most days still does. But owe that guy a lot. And then maiden name Miss Willis. I always call her Casey Willis, where she's gone. Jones, Miss Jones, owe that lady a lot. And there's several others. You ask anybody that knows me, it took a village to raise me, and those people absolutely had a lot to do with the very little success I've been able to luck myself into. So my hat's off to those people. Literally, if it wasn't for y'all, both physically today and because the journey I've had, I wouldn't be here. Gosh, this group of showmen's been awesome. This cat show's been awesome. It's been a lot of fun to evaluate livestock. I really enjoy breaking down livestock and going through a collegiate program at A&M. Revolutionized the way we evaluate these things for me personally, and wouldn't trade that opportunity for the world. The secret to me to winning showmanship on this deal is being so good I forget about you. It's even harder when it gets the team really wet, and we have to have a grounds crew every inning to come out here and smooth up the dirt around barrel number 2. But it's even more difficult when it's a tiny ring, and so I don't criticize that. I applaud you because you're able to handle this situation. When we show the caliber of that we've got in this county, we got to go out and represent. We're going out representing on a state level, on a national level, on a breed level, whatever that may be, and we've got to be able to handle whatever situation it is. Because like I said earlier, this thing's getting more expensive. We're using good livestock to raise great kids, but it's still a business, right? And this is an investment in not only these cattle, but these kids, and we've got to downright get down to business and get these things shown. And I know Mr. Dildine has drilled that in on me plenty of times, that it's all about that one look. One bad look gets you beat, and that's what did here today. I think there's one individual that did an incredible job of mitigating the circumstances of the wet pen. I think there's an individual that did a great job of using that to their advantage, to their disadvantage. Every time I looked, that animal was propped up, pulled together, and I never questioned that animal and the read I got off of it. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a big round of applause. I'll pick Champion Showman.
Champion senior showman, Kylie Luckett, Chapel Hill FFA. Our sale is tomorrow at 2 p.m. And this year, instead of buyer's gifts, we are asking for canned goods and non-perishable items for donations. Thank you.
Have a great night. Drive home safe.